his vast experience. We would be really wanting that, and it's a good idea to have a webinar where we could, hear him share his expertise, and whichever way councils can actually strengthen themselves to take the grassroots innovations forward.
I would just like to...
Professor Manikar,
yes. Both the presentations are really very thought-provoking. And it's really high time that SNT councils take up such grassroots work. Professor Gupta was saying that we have so much traditional knowledge, and there are so simple experiments which can be set up to prove or to really make them convincing. What we find is that the younger generation or the present generation, they have some kind of hesitation in accepting many traditional ideas. Say, if we simply talk about that turmeric milk or something like that. But if these methods or these kind of proofs, if they are given, I think that will really take our traditional knowledge further, and it will continue to keep the effectiveness of such methods much more wider in the whole country. And now the whole world is talking about the India's traditional knowledge. So in this context, we really need this kind of proof for the scientific experiments which really show its importance. We should take it up. Thank you.
And may I make another brief comment, Dr. Datta, if time permits?
We have another 10-15 minutes time, madam. Yes, please.
Okay. So again, making use of the presence of Dr. Anil Gupta here, I have a small suggestion to make. If we look at the National Innovation Index framework that NITI Aayog has come up with, one of the indicator there is the number of grassroots innovations happening in these states. So as of now, there is no mechanism that exists how these are actually brought on a quantifiable way of reporting to the central government that these are the number of grassroots innovations actually coming out from the states. So with the help of National Innovation Foundation and taking state S&T councils as the state level nodes, we could devise a mechanism. Perhaps every year the state S&T councils can come up with a document, a compendium of grassroots innovations happening in each state. We can devise a mechanism to map that. It could be through the agencies, like one could be say Krishi Vigyan Kendras, the others could be there can be similar, the other can be NGOs, the other can be the district administrations, and so on and so forth. So we can devise a mechanism. Every S&T council every year can come up with a nice coffee table book on grassroots innovations happening in each state, which would then feed into the central data, which will truly reflect the grassroots innovations happening in the country. So perhaps National Innovation Foundation can provide the mentorship for that, and I'll be very happy to contribute towards generating ideas for that.
It's a very good idea. Actually, when the 13th Finance Commission was to submit its report, Dr. Kelkar had asked us to make a report on innovations for and from every state where he visited for Finance Commission discussions. So I've just put the link of innovations from Punjab, and I have not yet put the link of innovation for Punjab. All of this was compiled and given to Chief Minister by the Finance Commission Chairman. Now, after that, it has not been continued, unfortunately, and I'm at the moment not part of NIF's executive body. I'm already on the board, but I can definitely pass on this suggestion to them. And I can, in my own individual capacity and from Honeybee Network, help that if we engage with the students of all the colleges, polytechnic and ITIs, and give them an assignment, I will send you that assignment today, where we ask them to map both traditional knowledge and innovations and unmet needs, all the three things, unmet needs. So there's a resource for which nobody knows what to do with it. There's a plant which is growing excessively, but nobody has any use for it. Or there is a rock, there is a soil, there is a mineral, there is something which is underutilized. So they can also find resources which are not utilized properly. They can find out the traditional knowledge and wisdom of the elders, and they can also identify the innovations. And this can be done at the moment because everybody is at home. So there couldn't be a better time for doing this assignment because students are at home. And I think elders will give blessing if the young people go to them and say that they have an assignment, they have to document their knowledge. So they will say, अच्छा तुम तो बात नहीं करते थे लेकिन आज चलो इस बहाने से बात किया. तो काफी अच्छा माहौल पड़ेगा इसका. हमने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट किया कई जगह पर. IIT बॉम्बे में किया. 200 स्टूडेंट हैं, चक्कू और मेरे कोर्स में थे. और IIM में किया. राजस्थान टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ किया. ये जगह हमने ये एक्सपेरिमेंट किया. बड़े अच्छे रिजल्ट्स आए. तो ये करने लायक है. एक सर्वेंट से बात की. उसमें हमने एक असाइनमेंट में रखा है कि आपके जो सर्वेंट हैं उनसे भी बात कीजिए, चाहे वो गार्ड है, ड्राइवर है. तो एक बच्ची थी, उसने जो ही माइका के स्टूडेंट मेरे साथ प्रोजेक्ट कर रही थी, तो वो बोली, उसने बात की अपनी पिंकी से. 5 साल से वो उनके घर में काम करती थी, कभी सोचा नहीं. लेकिन जब उसने कहा तो बोला, बच्चे पानी पीते हैं तो बैठ के पीना है, दूध पीते हैं तो खड़े होकर पीना है. अब ये नॉलेज तो मुझे भी नहीं मालूम थी. But this is the knowledge that elders have, and we need to use this knowledge. And then, of course, go into the physiological basis, ask the doctors, expect physiologists से बात करेंगे, क्या इसमें science है, क्या नहीं है, वो next step होगा. ये करना चाहिए, and I will be very happy if we can do that. This is something that all councils must consider, of using the COVID situation as an opportunity of mapping the mind of elders, mapping the unmet needs, mapping the innovations, and mapping the knowledge of the migrants and other people who are serving us in our homes, in our localities. And their knowledge we have never tapped. But it will be very useful if through this process, we become closer as a community and become more empathetic. So this is a very good idea.
Thank you. I would surely connect with you and
send me a mail, and I will be very happy to sort of follow up immediately.
Thank you.
So I think other than Dr. The Arora and Professor Mankar, anyone of you want to bring some points?
Can I make a very quick comment?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you see, I mean, we are looking at two separate parts. One is tapping and collecting the knowledge which has not yet been tapped and collected. And my second problem is what has been tapped and collected, wo kaise spread hoga? And my view is, like you mentioned, that something was compiled for 13th Finance Commission, and after that, ab hamara 15th Finance Commission aa raha hai. So I think DST has to seriously look at supporting and I have used the term earlier also, a matrimonial site. वो मैट्रिमोनियल साइट होनी चाहिए जहाँ पे सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइडर और सॉल्यूशन सीकर वहाँ चले जाएं. एंड सो फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर हमारे एरिया में बहुत जामुन है, जामुन का क्या करना है, तो किसी ने उसका सॉल्यूशन दूसरी जगह पे निकाला हुआ होगा. एंड वंस दे आइडेंटिफाई, दे शुड कम टू डीएसटी कि साहब ये हमने इकट्ठा आइडेंटिफाई किया, एंड दिस इज वेयर वी टू कैन कोलैबोरेट, वेयर आई एम गेटिंग बैक टू दैट इशू ऑफ incentivizing the innovator and the adopter. So I think unless DST need not do it itself, they can each year support one state council कि इस साल ये matrimonial site आप host करो, अगले साल दूसरा कोई host करेगा, तो चेन चलती रहेगी. Otherwise हमारे यहाँ problem क्या होता है, वो एक बार momentum आ तो जाता है लेकिन उसको हम टिका नहीं पाते. So that is something which probably we need to seriously think about, and state councils are probably suitable entities for doing that.
Yeah, and anyone wants to have a comment? Hello. Is there any other comment? Okay, if there is, then no other comment, I think I just want to give 2 or 3 suggestions for making this journey of Professor Gupta's PowerPoint to action point, the journey. If you see that what we have seen that this year, in spite of this, our cut in budget, after supporting all the core grant, we will have some 6 to 7 crore of rupees within our total allocations. Some of the suggestions what Professor Gupta has given, can we start immediately that thing, like, this type of, like, as he is saying, some in these areas, what, like Professor Vijay Raghavan has told, in agriculture, in health, in, the industry interactions, and what was the fourth one? I think, and in education, the education technology, can we start some interstate projects and can develop quickly, which will be based on our identifying or the SNT mapping, because SNT mapping is now going in a sarkari rail way. Like, it is now going in a passenger train, like it is talking at all the stations. But the country needs during this post-COVID that the delivery system should be strengthened, the delivery time should be reduced. So what I request, that one thing we can take. Like the other thing, and what we have talked about, that collecting the innovation, as far as the need and the innovations what are available, can we have this type of a project? And really, that will, like, there was a suggestions that in the context from Professor Gupta, that in the context of tribals, like really, like what are the, can we look into that, how the larger part of the value chain can be at the local level? We need this type of an experiment. Are any volunteer SNT councils are there? If you can come to me within January with the proposals, we will put our all, the strength in order to convert, so that the money what we put, what is remaining, can be utilized for real, the post-COVID revival of the state. So this is the, the suggestions and the recommendations what we will, what we will capture. I request Rashmi, if you can capture these 2-3 points and put it as a recommendation, so that we start actions in that direction. Charuji, whether Honorable Minister is there, Honorable Minister is there now?
Sir, his office is saying just few more minutes. He'll be joining us soon.
Okay.
I'm just confirming the exact time because he's somewhere else. So I'll just confirm that.
Okay. So I think my, please, Charuji. Yeah. So I think my suggestion is, please show your interest. Please open your mind, and only we can understand if you open your mouth that your mind is open. So we want your earlier, I know, like when I got involved in this, there was only an annual meeting, but like I think our interactions now has increased, and it is not increased that DST wants to monitor you. Our interactions has increased so that we can jointly can create the common good which is needed for the country and for the states. So please, if you have some ideas, we have some 5 minutes before our Honorable Minister joins. If any one of you have any ideas, please share with what we have discussed. Is it possible or not? Or otherwise, I will request also, like, one of our, the experts in our group in this, Professor Arup Mishra, who has a huge, experience as tech director earlier. Professor Mishra, like, do you have any suggestions for us? I don't know whether he is here.
Dr. Datta?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to disturb you. Yeah, anytime he'll be there. Just few minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so we are waiting for Honorable the Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. join us. In the meantime, in order to utilize these moments.
So Depriya, I can leave now for another meeting that I have. So thank you so much, and
thank you very much, sir.
Keep in touch.
Yeah, and I will be waiting for your PowerPoints.
Already sent. You would have got it in your mail.
Thank you very much, sir. And now it is my responsibility to come back with you the action points.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
नमस्कार, आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, आ रही है, आपकी आवाज आ रही है.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
See, from CDEC.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. This is, Dr. D. Datta from DST. So, sir, on behalf of the, as you know, today we are celebrating the centers and the state collaborations, the unique mechanism of the state SNT councils, and we have with us the honorable ministers from the government of Bihar, the honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Sri Ashok Chaudhary ji, the honorable Minister of Science and Technology from government of Goa, Sri Michael Loboji, Sri Om Prakash Sakhela ji, the honorable Minister of Science and Technology from Madhya Pradesh, Sri M. Kandaswamy, honorable Minister of Science and Technology from government of Puducherry, Sri A. Indrakaran Reddy, the honorable Minister for Science and Technology from government of Telangana, Srimati Nilima Katia, the honorable Minister for State Government of Uttar Pradesh, and Sri Subhas Garg, the honorable Minister for Government of Rajasthan, was supposed to join, but he has been ill at the last moment. So Mr. Verma, the Secretary of DST, the Government of Rajasthan, is presenting. And we have with us other the principal secretaries from the SNT of Government of Kerala, representing the Honorable Minister, Dr. Valan Masanga, Commissioner and Secretary Planning, representing Honorable SNT Minister, Government of Mizoram, Sri Kamalesh Kumar Pant, Principal Secretary Environment, Science and Technology, representing Honorable SNT Minister, Government of Himachal Pradesh, Sri Selvi Apurva, Principal Secretary of Higher Education and SNT, representing the Honorable SNT Minister, Government of Tamil Nadu, and Dr. Jatinder Kaur Arora, representing the Honorable Minister of SNT, Government. So, sir, on behalf of our SNT Council family, we welcome you. We are, very eagerly waiting for, your directions. And I will just, in 2 minutes, I will tell you that from the morning what has happened. During the morning inaugurations, Professor Vijay Raghavan of PSA was here. So he has shown us in directions that the SNT Council should focus on the health, education, agriculture, and the interactions with the industry that which is the requirement for the post-COVID situations, for the the socio-economic revival. And then Professor Anil Gupta was just now and with us that he told us that how we should do it. And Professor Agnihotri was here that would say that how the ideas we can convert into. So, sir, I will now request you to give your comments and show us the directions. आपके अनुरोध है कि सर हमारे मार्गदर्शन करें.
Good afternoon, all my dear colleagues and friends, especially all our ministers who have joined us in this program and particularly in this session. I have been told that there are quite a significant number of science and technology ministers who have joined this session. So first of all, let me thank you on behalf of the Government of India and our Science and Technology Ministry, and in fact the organizers of the India International Science Festival. I'm so happy that in the India International Science Festival we have participation of the ministers also, and also there is an active participation of the Science and Technology Council members. As was being told just now, since morning there has been participation from people like Professor Vijay Raghavan and many other senior persons who have given a bit of a direction and guidance for the Science and Technology Councils. and especially for focusing on issues related to science, which can certainly help us in achieving and realizing the dream of our Prime Minister about developing an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as we all know that the theme of this particular Science Festival is also around Atmanirbhar Bharat and also around science for global welfare, where we can all contribute for the welfare of the people all across the globe. Just to give a brief idea to my colleague ministers, in fact, this India International Science Festival concept was in fact born somewhere in 2015. And I always say that I had always worked in the field of health and always believed that health has to be developed like a social movement. But when I could see science from close quarters and could appreciate the potential of science and could actually see that the problems of this country and of course the globe and humanity, all the sufferings of people which still remain unresolved, unalleviated, they can all be solved through science. Then, in fact, this idea emerged that science also has to be developed like a public movement, social movement, and all facets of science have to be on the same platform. We have to have good quality collaboration between science, education, health, and all related issues. And that is how the first India International Science Festival was born in 2015. We had the festivals in 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and the spirit of the festival has grown so much over the years that every time we try to perform better than the last year. And in terms of magnitude, scale, quality, participation, everything, it has always been better than the last year. And this year being a special year in terms of the events that have unfolded all across the world, in spite of the COVID pandemic, we thought that we have to continue the tradition of the India International Science Festival, and maybe present pandemic, maybe later on we may be able to appreciate that this has proved to be some sort of a blessing in disguise, that we have the participation of lakhs of people now in this festival, also of course through a virtual mode. So it makes things easier also, and 2020 festival will have a lot of learnings and teachings for all of us. We have in the morning, I had the privilege to participate in a session where there were ministers of science and technology from other countries. Yesterday evening, I had the privilege to be part of a session where there was a lot of scientists of the Indian diaspora from all across the world. And yesterday morning, I was at a session which was around science diplomacy, diplomacy for science or science for diplomacy, and how we were able to connect with the rest of the world. So, but for me, this particular session, I think is a lot, because I have always in the last 4-5 years also mentioned on number of occasions that the science within the country, we have the science infrastructure at the national level, our set of national laboratories, but the science and technology and its potential actually has to be used in the best possible manner at the state levels. And at the state level, the science and technology departments have to use the outcomes and the output that has been produced in our national laboratories, and the outcomes have been huge. They have been huge to the extent that in the last, at least the last 1 decade or so, we have been able to position ourselves so well in science that on all international parameters, we rank amongst the first few countries in the whole world. And there is so much that the world can actually learn and also see India performing. We have collaborations with over 4 dozen countries all across the world in science and technology. And I have a firm belief by now that each and every issue that the country faces today, it can be solved with science. And that is not something which somebody has told me. This I could appreciate only after seeing science from the close quarters. And that is what I want all my colleague ministers in the country to, number one, see science from the closest of quarters. Go and visit these laboratories all across the country, and don't think that it's a laboratory of central government, it's a laboratory of CSIR, it's a laboratory supported by another state government. I think because science is universal and science is for everyone. And once you are able to appreciate that, you will be able to have a vision where you can use science to solve your own problems within your own states also. And this is what the Prime Minister has been asking us, to be people-centric, to be able to connect science with people. Yesterday, we were fortunate that he, in fact, inaugurated our science festival at almost the same time in the evening. There's so much of guidance that he has been giving to everybody, to the scientists for their scientific social responsibility, to the young innovators, to the young budding entrepreneurs, to those who want to become big scientists in their life, and in fact to everyone. And then he has been advocating how we connect science with rural development, how we connect science with agriculture, how we connect science with energy, how we connect science with solving problems related to potable water, scarcity of water, so many things. And every problem has its solution in the laboratory of the scientists. This much I can say with utmost confidence and certainty. And I want all the science and technology ministers of the country and the science and technology councils of the country also to develop that confidence. The science and technology councils have to become very, very robust and very, very powerful, dynamic, versatile organizations, fully vigilant about what's happening. We have seen in 2020, and when I say that 2020 has been the year of science, it has been the year of scientists. The scientists all across the world have risen to the occasion. They could address the challenges which were posed by COVID. And there are so many things that could be described as achievements of the scientists in 2020. So I will not get into the details, but my earnest appeal to my science and technology ministers would be that don't think that this is some sort of a department which is more of theoretical or academic. This is probably the most practical or the most powerful or with the maximum potential, that type of department. And I, who has worked in the field of health for many decades, And for me, health has always been a heart and soul. But after having worked in science, I always feel that this is the greatest blessing in disguise, or the greatest blessing of the Prime Minister to me, to have given me the opportunity to work as Science and Technology Minister and to see science from the closest of quarters and to understand and appreciate the scientific acumen of our scientists. So this session, I'm sure, is going to be a very, very useful session. Unfortunately, I may not be able to participate in the whole session because there are a couple of other things. Meeting with the Minister of Health of UK. There's a meeting following this with the health ministers of the whole world. That's a WHO session and all. So, but I will keep myself abreast of whatever is happening here and keep in touch with all the science and technology ministers and the chairmen of the science and technology councils. And I'm sure that our people here in the ministry will write down good quality notes on suggestions that are forwarded in this session by the science and technology ministers and science and technology council people, so that as strong positive outcomes of the India International Science Festival, we can use this opportunity to strengthen our science and technology councils also, and see that the fruits of science are enjoyed by the people in the states also. With these few words, thanks all of you for your participation, and I wish you all good luck, good health, happy Christmas, and of course a happy New Year 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your, the margdarshan. Sir, as you know that as you have told that the S&T councils have already, evolving, like with the requirement of the time and the requirement of the state's requirement at different levels. So every year we bring out a compendium of the S&T council's activity. And this is an opportunity we want to take in presence of you and the presence of the other honorable ministers, that you please, you just release this year's, the compendium. Charuji, could you please, handle
Yes, sir. Yeah, Mithilesh is sharing the screen from there, sir.
Yeah, please. Also, sir, you must be remembering that you recently
On SLT.
Sir, you must be remembering like recently you met the S&T ministers of many states in the context of our new science, technology, and the innovation policy. So, and that policy, what you told that it should be evidence-based, it should be data-driven. And in order to, to follow that, we have made a national portal of all the S&T councils. Earlier, the S&T councils used to have their individual portals, and it's very difficult to get all the data together. So we have developed it with the CDAC. And sir, it is my request, it's my honest request that to unveil or the open that national portal. Georgie, please.
क्या करना है? और करना है? नहीं.
I request my colleagues from CDAC, if you could, just intervene and can just make it possible, and then quickly that show that the main functionalities of this, the portal. Yeah. Colleagues from CDAC, Mr. Arora.
Yes, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity and thank you, sir, for inaugurating this portal. And I'll take you to the quick tour of this portal. As SNT Council, this is a SSTP platform is a unique platform to project all the details of the various state and councils. This is to offer a stage for interaction among various state councils to share their success stories, best practices, and experience. And these are the different components, different modules. Like it has a link for it offers the information about different events being held by the different SNT councils and success stories, their achievements. Their key programs of the different SNT councils. One can have a quick look at that, and also shows the different partnerships at the national and international levels. So this gives all the information through a single window. So it acts as a platform for consolidation of information, analysis and visualization for the proliferation of science and technology information all over the world. And it is a citizen-centric portal that will work as a gateway to the information on science and technology, establishing science and technology ecosystem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Karunesh ji, and thank you, sir, for your August presence here. We thank from the SNT Council the family for your directions, and definitely with we are trying to develop this type of a platform where all the SNT councils can interact with each other and can bring the common understanding and the common knowledge for the development of the states and the nations towards the sustainable development goals. Thank you, sir. So that's just now in these the panel discussions. I would like to invite Sri Ashok Chaudhary, the Honorable Minister of Science and Technology, Government of Bihar. And he has served as the member of Bihar Legislative Council for 6 years, and currently is also the Minister of Education in the state of Bihar. He is guiding the government of Bihar in promoting science and technology. Sir, I request to deliver your address and give us the marker.
Sir, I'm from Bihar. My honorable minister has just got some other engagement. So,
so has he left?
Sir.
Anand Kumar ji, Dr. Anand Kumar, has he left?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I request Mr. Michael Lobo, the Honorable Minister of Ports, RDA, the Science and Technology and the West Management of Government of Bihar. He is the president of the North Goa BJP, and he is also guiding the government of Goa in promoting the science and technology in the state of Goa. Sir, your the view and the directions, and as you have seen that how we are trying to develop the science and technology innovation ecosystems, your view, sir. Sri Michael Lobo. Dr. Rashmi?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Rashmi?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, could you contact Dr. Mr. Michael Lobo's office?
Yes, we have confirmed that he will be participating. He is in panelist. Just.
He's in panelist, yeah. So, what is the problem?
कहाँ पे है? ये रहे. इनको mute, unmute.
Sir, Sri Michael Lopa, sir, are you here? What you do, you give a call to his office and then come back. In the meantime, I request Sri M. Kandaswamy, the Honorable Minister for Science and Technology for Government of Puducherry, who is a cabinet minister in Puducherry and is the guiding force in the Puducherry science and technological journey. Sir, are you here? I request your comment, sir. Rashmi?
Yes, sir.
So, Dr. Sri Kandaswamy is not here? So we have with us Mr. Verma, the Secretary DST from the government of Rajasthan. Mr. Verma?
Yes, sir. नमस्कार सर.
Please. Yes, sir. Yeah.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय को जुड़ना था कि उनका स्वास्थ्य खराब होने की वजह से वो नहीं आ पाए.
हाँ जी सर.
राजस्थान सरकार के द्वारा इस ये आयोजन के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार, आप सभी का स्वागत. विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग राजस्थान सरकार राज्य में नवाचारों को लक्षित करते हुए विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी क्षेत्र युवाओं को कार्यक्रम और स्कीमों के माध्यम से भरपूर अवसर प्रदान कर रही है. माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी द्वारा हाल ही में राज्य की बौद्धिक संपदा अधिकार नीति का अनुमोदन नवंबर 2020 में किया गया है. इस नीति के माध्यम से युवाओं, अकादमिकविदों, नवोद्यमियों, स्टार्टअप्स को पेटेंट, डिजाइन, कॉपीराइट के आवेदन दाखिल करने में तकनीकी सहायता मिल रही है, जिससे उनके द्वारा किए गए नवाचारों को प्रोत्साहन भी मिलेगा. राज्य सरकार द्वारा राष्ट्रीय विज्ञान दिवस 28 फरवरी 2021 को वैज्ञानिक पत्रकारिता, युवा वैज्ञानिकों एवं नव उद्यमियों को विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग में बढ़ावा देने के लिए पहली बार 8,25,000 रुपये के स्ट्राइड पुरस्कार दिए जाएंगे. विभाग द्वारा औद्योगिक अकादमिक कार्यक्रम वर्ष 2020 में प्रारंभ किया गया है. इस कार्यक्रम के तहत राजकीय विश्वविद्यालयों में उद्योगों के विशेषज्ञों की सेवाएं एडजंक्ट फैकल्टी के रूप में दी जाएगी. साथ ही विश्वविद्यालय के प्रोफेसरों के उद्योगों को में काम करने के लिए भी अवसर प्रदान किए जाएंगे. विभाग द्वारा कोरोना काल में आमजन को जागरूक करने के लिए विख्यात वैज्ञानिकों एवं चिकित्सकों की वेबिनार आयोजित किए गए हैं. विभाग द्वारा प्रतिवर्ष राज्य के विज्ञान संकाय के विद्यार्थियों को भारत के प्रतिष्ठित संस्थाओं में शोध समस्याओं पर कार्य करने के लिए फेलोशिप प्रदान की जा रही है. कोरोना समय में 79 विद्यार्थियों को इंटर्नशिप दी गई है, जिसमें 5 विद्यार्थियों को कैम्ब्रिज विश्वविद्यालय के संयुक्त प्रोजेक्ट में कार्य करने का अवसर प्राप्त हुआ है. विभाग ने निर्णय लिया है कि शोध एवं अनुसंधान प्रोजेक्ट के आउटकम्स को सरल एवं आसान से समझने के लिए हिंदी भाषा में उनका सार आमजन को वेबसाइट के माध्यम से उपलब्ध कराया जाए. विभाग के जयपुर, जोधपुर, नावलगढ़ स्थित विज्ञान केंद्रों के माध्यम से प्रतिवर्ष हजारों की संख्या में विद्यार्थी लाभान्वित होते हैं. इस वर्ष 13 से 28 फरवरी 2020 तक विज्ञान उत्सव कार्यक्रम जयपुर स्थित क्षेत्रीय विज्ञान केंद्र में आयोजित किया गया था, जिसमें 5,000 से अधिक विद्यार्थियों ने भाग लिया है. विभाग अजमेर में 15 करोड़ की लागत से नवीन विज्ञान केंद्र का भी निर्माण शीघ्र शुरू करेगा. इसी अजमेर संभाग के युवाओं, विद्यार्थियों को वैज्ञानिक जागरूकता एवं वैज्ञानिक अभिवृत्ति उत्पन्न करने में सहायता मिलेगी. विभाग द्वारा कृषि, एडुसेंट, टेलीमेडिसिन, बायोटेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में एक्सपर्ट कोहॉर्ट का गठन किया गया है, ताकि विशेषज्ञों के सुझाव अनुरूप कार्यक्रम एवं स्कीमों का निर्माण आमजन की भलाई के लिए किया जा सके. विभाग द्वारा कोरोना पैंडेमिक के समय विद्यार्थियों को देश के प्रतिष्ठित वैज्ञानिकों से रूबरू कराने एवं शोध एवं अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में अवसरों की जानकारी प्रदान करने के लिए राष्ट्रीय एकता दिवस 19 नवंबर 2020 से 21 नवंबर 2020 तक देश के 17 प्रतिष्ठित संस्थानों के वेबिनार आयोजित किए गए हैं. विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग भारत सरकार राज्य में युवाओं के लिए शोध एवं अनुसंधान के क्षेत्र में बेहतर अवसर उपलब्ध कराने के लिए विभाग के माध्यम से नवीन कार्यक्रम स्वीकृत करेगा, ऐसा हमारा विश्वास है। विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग भारत सरकार राज्य में स्वास्थ्य, स्वच्छ ऊर्जा एवं कृषि के क्षेत्रों में प्राथमिकता से नवीन प्रोजेक्ट स्वीकृत करे ताकि एसडीजी गोल्स को प्राप्त करने में सहायता मिल सके। IISF 2020 के आयोजन के लिए राजस्थान सरकार की ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर।
धन्यवाद वर्मा सर। और now I just request Mr. Michael Lobo, the Honorable Minister of Ports, RDA, Science and Technology and the West Management of Government of Goa, who is the President of the North Goa BJP and the member of the Parliament, and he's the guiding force of the Government of Goa's Science and Technological promotion. Sir, please, for your comments at the address. Rashmi, can you please help in unmuting his mic? Rashmi? Okay. So, hello. So, as we take care of the technical issues, in the meantime, my request is to Shri A. Indrakaran Reddy, the Honorable Minister of Forest and Environment and Science and Technology of Government of Telangana, who is a Lok Sabha member, elected member twice, and the guiding force of the Telangana's science and technology promotions. Sir, all your comments and address.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Harshavardhan ji, Honorable Union Minister for Science and Technology, Minister of Health and Family Welfare, and Minister of Earth Sciences, Government of India, for inviting me to this occasion and including all states in the event and all other delegates. I am of the firm view that such national level invitees would trigger the much needed impetus to the improving science and scientific literacy in our country, and would use a new era for harnessing the benefit of the science and technology at the grassroots level. I would like to inform you that the occasion that the Telangana government under noble leadership of Sri K. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu, Honorable Chief Minister, is taking multiple steps to fulfill the long cherished aspiration of its people for socio-economic development. Science its formation of 2nd June 2014. Government Telangana focused on inclusive growth, wherein the development models and oriented towards meeting the need of the wide cross section of public and society. Scientific approach to making use of technology prowess for finding the best possible solution is the key to success in all the efforts of the government. Prestigious projects such as Kaleshwaram project for augmenting the water resourcing for irrigation and drinking purpose. Telangana hub for spread of information technology and startup in cutting edge technology sectors. Number 3, Mission Bhagiratha for networking all the villages in the state for drinking water supply. Number 4, Mission Kakatiya for rejuvenating the lakes and tanks of all over the state. Number 5, Telangana Ku Haritaram for spread of greenery in the entire state, have demonstrated the commitment of the government of Telangana and received good acknowledgement and honor for several national and international forums. Hyderabad today has emerged on one of the major cities centers in India. In the domain of science and technology, innovation in general and information technology and pharma and aviation, and particularly due to our progressive policies, all top in IT companies of the world already established the officer in Hyderabad. I must inform you that the Telangana state government has left no stone unturned and took step measures to control the certain contain the spread to corona virus SARS-CoV-2 in Telangana state effectively. Several scientific approaches were tested and applied on the ground to ground.
Please put the microphone off, please. Please, the IT team, please put the microphone off, please. Sorry, sir. Please put the microphone off.
In corona virus pandemic situation, the government has minimized the loss of lives with its relentless of the commitment toward the welfare of the people. In respect of center-state cooperation is concerned, I am to reiterate the need of the strengthening the center and state corporation in science and technology and innovation sector in a big way. As you rightly said, IISF prime objective is to promote scientific temper across the spectrum in the society. It is the possible only when decentralized the power, funds and responsibility takes place then only we will see the results in spectrum of the society. Our state is again reiterating the same in the 6th edition of IISF. Further, the State Science and Technology Council need to be developed, strengthened so that can play a more effective role in development of science and technology, innovation, ecosystem in the respective states. The need of the hour is to arrive the concrete plan to the action of scientific approach to the across the areas of the climate change, environment protection, improvement methods of in agriculture, biodiversity, conservation, pollution control, forest conservation and development, improving water quality, water conservation, waste management, or harnessing renewable energy and energy conservation, food processing, facilities of education, research in science and technology area, etc. Sciences were self-relevant in India. The theme is the right on this COVID scenario. Especially in agriculture sector, we have been importing the huge quantity of oils and pulses from other countries. There is a intervention of science and technology required to increase state output of the grains so that our farmers will be benefited and import will be cut down. Similarly, science and technology field show special attention to soil, earth, health has to increase yield of the crop. Science our economy flourishes only when farmers will be happy. Mapping the science and technology needs in the above sector is not be done in order to much the relevant science and technology intervention to find foolproof solution schemes for supporting state scientific science and technology intervention may be initiated in the DST through SSTP program to support the science and technology needs of the state. I request the Honorable Union Minister Dr. Harshavardhanji to provide a funding of rupees 30 crores per annum for the center to each state under this scheme. Telangana state is interested to develop the science and technology infrastructure for spread to science and technology literacy among wide cross section of public. We request the Honorable Union Minister Dr. Harshavardhan Ji for extending funds of rupees 100 crores per annum. The Telangana state for developing science centers, science city, and to support the colleges, universities, etc. for creating the scientific infrastructure and the conduct program on science communication and popularization. My another request with the Honorable Union Minister Dr. Harshavardhan Ji is to increase the core budget support to the Telangana State and Science and Technology Council from the present level of the 39 lakhs to 2 crore 25 lakh for the year 2020 to 21 onward in order to strengthen the Science and Technology Council in terms of manpower and to meet the overhead. I would also request the Honorable Minister to kindly introduce the following special schemes through the State Science and Technology Council in all the country. Financial incentives and exchange programs with foreign universities. Number B, increase the industry academic collaborations. Number 3, financial initiative the training those state council on IPR, patent, the GI trademark. Number 4, capacity building and science and technology council. I would once again like to thank Dr. Harshavardhan, Honorable Union Minister for Science and Technology, Minister for Health and Family Welfare, and Minister of Earth and Science and the central government to making all out efforts the improving the centers science and state science and technology cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for the your address and telling that how the the relations between the central DST and the Department of Science and Technology Telangana through the councils be strengthened, and we really appreciate and thank you for your time and your the address and guidance, sir. So now I request Srimati Nilina Katiyar, Honorable Minister for State of the Government of Uttar Pradesh. Nilina Katiyar ji is a member of the Legislative Assembly from the Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh, and she is the guiding force of the Uttar Pradesh Science and Technology, the activities. I request ma'am to deliver your address. Ma'am, Nilina ji.
सबसे पहले मैं केंद्र सरकार के साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्टर का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करना चाहती हूं। जैसा हम लोगों ने आपदा में संभावना सम्मानीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो आह्वान है और इस उत्सव को, इस महोत्सव को साइंस के टेक्नोलॉजी के मैं उस एक बहुत सार्थक उदाहरण के रूप में देख पा रही हूं। मैं बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मिनिस्ट्री सेंट्रल का करना चाह रही हूं। विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी काउंसिल उत्तर प्रदेश ये प्रशासनिक नियंत्रण में एक शीर्ष वैज्ञानिक स्वायत्तशासी संस्था है और इस काउंसिल के द्वारा प्रदेश की आवश्यकता अनुसार शोध एवं विकास, प्रौद्योगिकी हस्तांतरण, जैव प्रौद्योगिकी, नव प्रवर्तन, विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी के आधुनिक क्षेत्रों में प्रशिक्षण, नक्षत्रशाला, बौद्धिक संपदा संरक्षण और विज्ञान लोकप्रियकरण के क्षेत्रों में बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज को यहाँ पर संचालित किया जा रहा है। साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी काउंसिल के द्वारा प्रदेश में जो यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, मेडिकल यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, टेक्निकल यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं, इन सभी यूनिवर्सिटीज के माध्यम से 80 से ज्यादा जो रिसर्च प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनको चलाया जा रहा है। यूपी समर रिसर्च फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम, ये बहुत महत्वाकांक्षी प्रोग्राम उत्तर प्रदेश में चलाया जा रहा है। इस प्रोग्राम के माध्यम से विज्ञान वर्ग में जो पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट में स्टूडेंट्स हैं उन स्टूडेंट्स के अंदर रिसर्च के लिए उस रिसर्च के एरिया में डेवलपमेंट के लिए जो हमारी प्रतिष्ठित शैक्षिक संस्थाएं हैं उनके माध्यम से उनको इनकरेज किया जाता है, उनको गाइड किया जाता है, और जो मेरिट के आधार पर स्टूडेंट्स चयन होते हैं उनको 50,000 तक की प्रतिष्ठित संस्थाओं के अंदर उनको एक अवसर दिया जाता है कि वो वहां पर रिसर्च का एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम अटेंड कर सके। और पिछले साल यूपी के अंदर ऐसे इस कार्यक्रम के अंदर 47 स्टूडेंट्स को शामिल किया गया। प्रौद्योगिकी हस्तांतरण और राज्य की आवश्यकता अनुसार विकास प्रौद्योगिकी हस्तांतरण के अंतर्गत ऐसी परियोजनाओं का चयन किया जाता है जिनके कार्यान्वयन से प्रौद्योगिकी हस्तांतरण उन्नयन और उनका हस्तांतरण निहित हो सके। इसके अंतर्गत इंजीनियरिंग और टेक्नोलॉजी, जिसमें सिविल इंजीनियरिंग, इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग, मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियरिंग और इंजीनियरिंग की विभिन्न जो शाखाएं हैं, इसमें व्यवहारिक और उपयोगी शोध जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनको कैसे फाइनेंशियली सिक्योर किया जा सके। और इन परियोजनाओं के अंदर यूपी के अंदर 16 ऐसी प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं जिनको हम संचालित इस समय कर पा रहे हैं। जो अनुदान योजना है स्टूडेंट्स को लेकर, इसके अंतर्गत जो टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट में अंतिम वर्ष के हैं उनको नवाचार के अंदर जो स्थानीय और पर्यावरण समस्याओं पर आधारित प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं उनको काउंसिल के द्वारा प्रोत्साहित किया जाता है। और जो स्टूडेंट्स इसमें सेलेक्ट होते हैं उन्हें इसके लिए 20,000 तक का अनुदान दिया जाता है। पिछले साल 3 ऐसे जो उनको मेरिट्स में फर्स्ट, सेकंड, थर्ड प्रायोरिटी में आ गया उनको 50,000 तक का ऐसे उनको फाइनेंशियली उनको सपोर्ट किया गया। और इसके अंदर यूपी के अंदर 60 प्रोजेक्ट्स को लिया गया और ऐसे 240 से ज्यादा छात्रों को इसमें इन्वॉल्व किया गया। इनोवेशन, विज्ञान और टेक्निकल विभाग के अंदर नव प्रवर्तकों की सहायता विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी काउंसिल के द्वारा की जाती है। इसमें प्रदेश स्तर पर अशिक्षित जनसामान्य अथवा गैर संस्थागत जो लोग हैं, किसान हैं, शिल्पकार हैं, कारीगर हैं, मिस्त्री हैं, परंपरागत उपचार करने वाले और माध्यमिक स्तर तक के स्टूडेंट्स जो हैं उन्हें एमएसएमई के द्वारा जो विकसित किए गए नवाचार हैं, नव प्रवर्तन है, अन्वेषण है और पारंपरिक ज्ञान है, उनको बढ़ाया जा रहा है। और काउंसिल के द्वारा एक बहुत महत्वाकांक्षी पायलट प्रोजेक्ट चलाया गया, कौन बनेगा नन्हा कलाम। और इस पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश के 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट को इन्वॉल्व किया गया। हमारे लखनऊ, उन्नाव, जालौन, बरेली, बांदा और महाराजगंज ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन्वॉल्व किया गया जो उत्तर प्रदेश के अलग अलग कोने से थे। इस कार्यक्रम में लगभग प्रति जनपद 2.5 लाख से ज्यादा छात्रों ने सहभाग किया और उत्कृष्ट छात्रों को कौन बनेगा नन्हा कलाम की उपाधि उसको प्रदान किया गया। और नव प्रवर्तकों को पेटेंट का सपोर्ट, नव प्रवर्तकों की सहायता और मार्गदर्शन, स्कूली बच्चों को मंडल स्तरीय नव प्रवर्तन की प्रदर्शनी भी उसके द्वारा ने प्रोत्साहित किया। विज्ञान लोककरण, विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के द्वारा विज्ञान बच्चों में अभिरुचि उत्पन्न करने के लिए, तार्किक क्षमता विकसित करने के लिए और वैज्ञानिक पद्धति के प्रति जो उसके लिए समर्पित कार्यकलाप हैं, कल्पनाशीलता करने के लिए निरंतर अनेक प्रयास संस्थाओं के माध्यम से किए जा रहे हैं। नक्षत्रशाला और विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के द्वारा में 3 नक्षत्रशालाएं, इंदिरा गांधी नक्षत्रशाला लखनऊ में, वीर बहादुर सिंह नक्षत्रशाला गोरखपुर में और आर्यभट्ट प्लेनेटेरियम रामपुर में हमारे संचालित हैं। और इसके अतिरिक्त विभाग द्वारा 2 मोबाइल नक्षत्रशालाओं का संचालन प्रदेश के दूरस्थ और ग्रामीण स्थल के छात्रों में जनमानस में भी खगोल रुचि करने के उद्देश्य से इनका संचालन किया गया। विभाग द्वारा विभिन्न खगोलीय घटनाओं को, चंद्र ग्रहण, सूर्य ग्रहण आदि को टेलीस्कोप के माध्यम से जब ये हुए, छात्रों और आम जनमानस खाने का भी स्थान स्थान पर प्रयास किया गया। विभाग द्वारा जनपद गाजियाबाद में डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी पार्क, कविनगर गाजियाबाद में विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी परिषद उत्तर प्रदेश द्वारा एक विज्ञान वाटिका संचालित की जा रही है। और इस वाटिका में विज्ञान से संबंधित वर्किंग मॉडल उपलब्ध हैं। प्रदेश के 2 जनपदों बरेली और बांदा में नए विज्ञान पार्कों की स्थापना सुनिश्चित जल्द ही करने का कार्य प्रगति पर है। विज्ञान एवं प्रौद्योगिकी विभाग के द्वारा प्रदेश के दूरस्थ क्षेत्रों में, ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में, उसमें जो वे हैं उनके विद्यार्थियों में विज्ञान के प्रति अभिरुचि उत्पन्न करने के उद्देश्य से विज्ञान बस उन जगहों पर पहुंचकर अपना प्रदर्शन कर रही है। विज्ञान बस में भौतिकी, रसायन और जीव विज्ञान के अलग अलग प्रयोगों को करके प्रदर्शित किया जा रहा है। कोविड-19 जो वैश्विक महामारी, उसके दृष्टिगत प्रदेश के विद्यार्थियों एवं आम जनमानस में विज्ञान और प्रौद्योगिकी के प्रति अभिरुचि उत्पन्न करने के उद्देश्य से परिषद के द्वारा ऑनलाइन साइंस क्विज का प्रारंभ किया गया और जिसमें अब तक 10,000 से ज्यादा प्रतिभागियों ने प्रतिभाग किया है। रिमोट सेंसिंग एप्लीकेशन सेंटर जो उत्तर प्रदेश में काम कर रहा है, इसके अंतर्गत अत्याधुनिक सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित एक सेंटर एक अग्रणी वैज्ञानिक केंद्र के रूप में, जिसके अंदर जल, मृदा, वन और भू संसाधन प्रबंधन का कार्य हो रहा है और इसके माध्यम से, इस केंद्र के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश के विभिन्न विकास कार्यक्रमों की वैज्ञानिक विधि से नियोजन में इस केंद्र का एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण योगदान है। रिमोट सेंसिंग सेंटर के द्वारा आधुनिक सैटेलाइट रिमोट सेंसिंग कंप्यूटर आधारित भौगोलिक सूचना प्रणाली से उत्तर प्रदेश की विकास को गति और महत्वपूर्ण कार्य में ग्रामीण विकास, नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, वन प्रबंधन, नगरीय प्रबंधन और किसानों की आमदनी में बढ़ोतरी के वैज्ञानिक प्रयास सुनिश्चित हो रहे हैं। ग्राम विकास की दृष्टि से प्रदेश में पंचायत स्तर अंतरिक्ष आधारित सूचना इस सहायता प्रणाली का विकास यहाँ पर संभव हो पा रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश के कुछ जनपदों के कुछ चयनित गांवों के संसाधनों एवं संपत्तियों का आंकलन भी रिमोट सेंसिंग के द्वारा संभव हो पा रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश विलेज इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम और वेब पोर्टल का भी विकास इस रिमोट सेंसिंग के द्वारा संभव हो पा रहा है। वन प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में सैटेलाइट पिक्चर्स के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश का जो वन क्षेत्र है, उसके अंतर्गत कार्य योजनाओं का सृजन भी संभव हो पा रहा है। वन सीमाओं का रिमोट सेंसिंग के द्वारा हम कर रहे हैं। जो फॉरेस्ट फायर है, इसकी भी मॉनिटरिंग हम रिमोट सेंसिंग के द्वारा मॉनिटर करने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की प्लानिंग है, लेडार टेक्निक से उत्तर प्रदेश की सड़कों और पुलों का सर्वेक्षण हो रहा है। बैथीमेट्री टेक्निक से उत्तर प्रदेश के जलाशयों और नदियों का सर्वे हम कर रहे हैं। सैटेलाइट फिल्म से हम जो भौगोलिक सूचनाएं हैं, उसकी प्रणाली से लोक निर्माण विभाग की सड़कों का सर्वेक्षण भी हम परफेक्टली कर पा रहे हैं। आपदा प्रबंधन के क्षेत्र में उत्तर प्रदेश की नदियों में जो वर्षा के मौसम में जो बाढ़ आती है, बाढ़ प्रभावित क्षेत्र का आंकलन हम कर पा रहे हैं और बाढ़ का जो प्रभाव है, दुष्प्रभाव है, उसको हम न्यूनतम कैसे कर पाएं, हम जो रिमोट सेंसिंग की प्रणाली है उससे हम उसका लाभ उठा पा रहे हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर सूखे का आंकलन, विलुप्त हो रही नदियों के पुनरुद्धार प्लान्स का सृजन और अभी नगरीय विकास के क्षेत्र में उत्तर प्रदेश के जो डेवलपमेंट प्राधिकरण हैं, उनके अंतर्गत आने वाले नगरों एवं ग्रामों का डिजिटल मानचित्रण हम रिमोट सेंसिंग के आधार पर कर पा रहे हैं। किसानों की आमदनी के साइंटिफिक जो एफर्ट्स हैं, चाहे वो वाटर सेक्टर की रिस्ट्रक्चरिंग हो, सैटेलाइट की पिक्चर्स के थ्रू उत्तर प्रदेश की 3
IT team, could you please look into it? Like, is there any problem there?
how many are logged in?
30
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to colleagues joining us for this Member State information session. Thank you very much for joining us. We have a full agenda today. After the Director General's opening remarks, we will have a section of the agenda devoted to COVID-19. Specifically, we'll have Bruce Aylward, Senior Advisor, who will recap on announcements on vaccines and dose sharing. Peter Van Amberick will, who's Unit Head Monitoring of Nutrition, Food Safety Events, will give a brief update on the virus origins mission. And Dr. Mark Perkins, WHO Lead Laboratories, will give an update on the SARS-CoV-2 variants. We will then break for questions at that point in the agenda, and then we will come to our second substantive section of the agenda, which is Universal Health and Preparedness Reviews, with ADG Samira Asma and Dr. Joanne Rajour, and again will be Q&A at that set part of the agenda. So two separate Q&A sessions today. And with that, Dr. Tedros, I give you the floor for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Jane. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to our final. As you're aware, new variants of the COVID-19 virus have emerged in South Africa and the United Kingdom. The UK has reported that this new variant transmits more easily, but there is no evidence so far that it's more likely to cause severe disease or mortality. We're working with colleagues in the UK to understand this variant, how it behaves, and its impact. Viruses mutate over time. That's natural and expected. The more we allow this virus to spread, the more opportunity it has to change. That's why it's so important to suppress transmission using proven public health measures. And as vaccines start to be rolled out, that's why it's so important that they're rolled out everywhere. As long as the virus is circulating, we will continue to see restrictions and disruptions all over the world. The fastest way to end the pandemic is to suppress the virus everywhere at the same time by vaccinating those at the highest risk in every country. Last week, together with Gavi, CEPI, and our partners in the COVAX facility, we announced that we have now secured access to 2 billion doses of promising vaccine candidates. This is welcome news. Now, $4.6 billion is needed urgently to buy vaccines for low and middle income countries. In a few moments, as you will hear, a brief update on COVAX and also the virus origins mission, and we'll have a briefing on SARS-CoV variants. And Samira, after the discussion that Jane said, will present the Universal Health and Preparedness Review. The UHPR will establish a member state-led voluntary peer-to-peer mechanism to promote greater global action for emergency preparedness and recovery. This is an effort to improve global health governance based on a shared vision and mutual accountability. We look forward to your input on this initiative, and as always, we look forward to your questions and suggestions. I thank you, and back to you, Jane.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tedros. And so we come to the first section of the agenda, and I pass the floor to Dr. Bruce Aylward.
Thank you very much, Jane, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening, Excellencies, Member States. If we could have the first slide, please. What I would like to do over the next few minutes is provide you a brief update as the year closes on the status of the COVAX work as well as the COVAX facility, very briefly, particularly given the importance of the major announcements that were made last Friday, 18th of December, both in terms of the deals and vaccine supply that's been secured through the and for the COVAX facility, as well as a new set of principles that have been issued with respect to dose sharing with the COVAX facility for countries countries that have bilateral deals and potentially additional doses that could be used through the facility. So if we could have those slides. Okay, while we're waiting for the slides, perhaps I could just update you on some of the high-level achievements in terms of where we are as the year closes. So the first thing is the good news that the Director General said in his opening statement, and that I'd like to reaffirm, that we now have, as of Friday, agreements in place for 2 billion doses of the most promising vaccine candidates to be procured through the COVAX facility. We also have laid the groundwork for a further nearly 1 billion doses that can be secured. All of this, of course, contingent on the additional $4.6 billion in financing that the Director General referred to for the doses needed for advanced market commitment countries. The second thing that was announced on Friday with the conclusion of these new deals is that all 190 participating and eligible COVAX facility economies, let me just go back one slide. Great. So then to the, I've spoken to the first bullet there. To the second one, the expectation now is that all 190 participating and eligible COVAX economies will be able to access doses to protect their highest risk groups for severe disease in the first half of 2021, with the ambition to be vaccinating very early in 2021. Of the doses secured, at least 1.3 billion of these will be available for the 92 COVAX eligible economies, and that is the number, of course, needed to target up to 20% coverage in these countries by end 2021. So at this point, we can confirm that with these agreements, the funds in place, the early pledges for 2021, the COVAX and COVAX facility offers the clearest path to the end of the pandemic's acute phase on a global level. We just move to the next slide, please. The next slide, what we've done, here we go, is to put together a simple graphic to communicate and have transparency on those doses and how we get to those numbers, as we've been asked for that from the member states. You see in the dark blue on this graph the committed doses that we've already signed and contracted for. The pink are the optional doses that we have contracted for. In addition, you can see the names of the manufacturers with whom those contracts are held across the bottom. The new doses, of course, being from the J&J deal that was announced on Friday for 500 million doses, and for the Sanofi GSK, well, that's an older agreement, sorry, 200 million doses. But together now we have secured volumes of 1,970 millions of doses, so 1,970, correct. In addition, you can see toward the right-hand side of that graphic that we have the right of refusal now on additional volumes totaling over 1 billion doses for a total of nearly 3 billion doses by through 2021 and into the beginning of 2022. Now, to complement the contracted doses and recognizing, if I can just move to the next slide, please, recognizing that with the now increasing evidence of efficacy of these vaccines, a number of countries have what we're referring to as additional doses. The COVAX facility has begun accelerating its work to complement our procured doses with donations of doses. So on Friday, we released what are referred to now as the principles for dose sharing with COVAX. And this has been issued to provide high-income economies with a mechanism and a way to make their additional doses from bilateral deals available to AMC participants in particular on an equitable basis. There are 5 main principles that underpin this framework, which you can see in the second set of bullets here, reaffirming the need that they be safe and effective and quality assured, that we have early availability as early in 2021 as possible, and we are seeking donations that can be operationalized in January to begin vaccinating as rapidly as possible. Rapidly deployable means that we have access to doses as early as possible in the production manufacturing cycle so that we're able to ensure that they are properly labeled, deployed, etc., as efficiently and effectively as possible. that the doses are earmarked so that we can ensure that they are equitably distributed and a substantive quantity to be able to make a meaningful public health difference. We laid out as well additional, let's say, conditionalities that would facilitate the use of these doses, some of which, of course, are around the issue of costs and ancillary costs, and then how they are distributed. So at this point, having issued these dose-sharing principles, we are in the process of discussing with a number of countries the potential for donations as early as January to begin vaccinating in low and low-middle-income countries. So with that, I just wanted to provide an overview of where we are at the end of 2020, a very promising year for the COVAX facility, with great promise to begin vaccinating rapidly and at large scale in 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. And if I can ask our moderator today, Judah Sai, Senior Protocol Officer, to bring Dr. Ben Ambarak in for his intervention, a brief update on the virus origins mission. Over to you, Judah. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Excellencies and colleagues. The mission, the deployment of the mission to China is in intense preparation. We are working on different logistical and practical issues to ensure that we can bring the entire team on the ground very soon. As you can imagine, with the end of the year holiday season, the new variant, different developments of the pandemic in different parts of the world that then lead to different new restrictions and reduction of travel options. This is a very difficult logistical issue to solve, but we are working intensively on that and hopeful that everything will fall into place in the coming days. We still plan to have the mission on the ground for the most part of next month. We're working with our Chinese colleagues on the details of that, as well as on the more detailed plan of work while the mission will be in China. We are, of course, we have to start with the mandatory 2 weeks quarantine, where work will be, of course, already starting through remote connections, and then move with face-to-face and on-the-ground activities following that. That's what we are also in parallel continuing having remote conversations between the two teams, the Chinese expert team and the international expert team. And we are also starting to break up in a smaller group to have more detailed and concentrated, focused discussions on the key elements of the work to be conducted, both in terms of epidemiological studies, animal human interface studies, the market investigation studies, further animal studies, etc. So that will also contribute to a more detailed and more focused series of activities between the different teams. I think that's what we have to update you at this point in time. And of course, happy to answer any specific questions you may have for clarification you may see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And now back to the room to Dr. Mark Perkins for an update on the SARS-CoV-2 variant. Mark.
Good morning, Your Excellencies and colleagues. Second slide, please. In September, researchers in the UK on clustering of viruses in sequencing work that they were carrying out. You can see in this slide, the lower half of the graph, there are strains that are sequenced by sequencing can be shown to be very related to each other, brothers and sisters viruses. And then there's at the top of the graph a whole cluster of new strains that are unrelated to those previously. They didn't come out of that family of strains. They were independently generated somehow. This became a worry, and the researchers went back to the laboratory to try to understand this phenomenon more precisely. Next slide. The distinct phylogenetic cluster, this is called B117, have been turned out to be growing rapidly over 4 weeks and spread across the UK, initially in Kent and then going up to London and concentrating there. UK officials informed WHO via the IHR on December 14th about this new virus variant, notably that it contains several mutations of potential high importance, including mutations in the spike protein, which is the target of most of the vaccines. There's been nearly 2,000 total confirmed cases since that time in the UK, spread around across the southern UK and heading north. The UK government is working directly with the SARS-CoV virus evolution working group and with its researchers to clarify the situation. Next slide. What's important about this new strain is not just that it's different, it's that it combines a number of mutations that each individually could be of importance, including spike gene mutations, the deletion of the spike gene, and a 681H mutation that is an extracellular cleavage site, which has biological relevance for the virus. So this combination of viruses, mutations or variants that have been seen to cause phenotypic change in the virus are there assembled together. And then epidemiologically, these strains tend to be taking over and leaving aside the existing population of strains. So it seemed that they had a growth advantage. Next slide. What people want to know when they ask questions about this is, does it make you sicker if you get this strain versus the other strain? And as far as we know right now, there are not changes in the clinical course of disease with these new strains. Do I run a bigger risk of infecting loved ones? Well, it does appear that this vaccine is very well adapted to grow in the human respiratory tract, and you may have more virus there than with a normal strain, and be thus more likely to infect your loved ones. It also means, however, that the same things that you can do to protect your loved ones with a normal strain would be functioning with these strains as well. Well, the vaccine would still work. The vaccines actually is a hugely important topic of consideration, and the work is ongoing now to grow copies of the virus and look at the ability for vaccine strains to cause neutralizing antibodies that stop its growth. This work is going to be done first in the UK, starting very soon in the next 2. Is the virus going to contribute to mutate or change? Yes, all viruses, especially RNA viruses, continue to mutate and change. And they don't always get worse. They sometimes gravitate toward making the host less sick so that they can survive longer. And how do we control this new variant? The same way we control the old variants. Next slide. So, in summary, the UK preliminary genetic analysis and modeling studies suggest an increased transmissibility associated with the virus. Studies are underway to determine if the increased spread is associated with the virus variant or changes in people's behavior. It may just be people who are congregating on beaches or elsewhere, perhaps not beaches in the UK right now, who are causing through behavior increased transmission. Clinical severity is being investigated, as we mentioned. There are few virus isolates available, and more are becoming available for neutralization studies to see if antibodies generated by the vaccine would stop the growth of the virus. And there's an interesting finding that all of these strains need to be detected usually by sequencing, which is a relatively slow and complex procedure to determine the gene sequence of the virus. It so happens that the S gene, the spike protein gene, has a deletion in this strain, which is easily detectable by PCR, so that multiplex PCR can discriminate between the variant strain and the normal strain, thus rapidly amplifying our capacity to detect these strains and to spread the ability to detect them further across the UK and the rest of Europe as well. Next slide. Meanwhile, on very similar timelines, in South Africa, a new variant occurred or arrived, including mutations in several residues of the receptor binding domain. Representative sequences have been submitted to GISA, the database that holds most of the 290,000 strains sequenced. The lineage, again, this variant spread rapidly to multiple areas in the Eastern Cape province and along the coastal region into Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and it's been spreading as a dominant strain. According to researchers, there are multiple lines of evidence to suggest this lineage may be associated with increased transmissibility, and it seems to have squeezed out the other viruses that are in that population, or the other coronaviruses in that population. While both variants have one common, both variants seen in the UK and in South Africa have a common change, the 501Y mutation. The various variants reported in South Africa, the various mutations reported in South Africa are different largely than in the UK. They don't arise from that virus. It's not a parent virus, the one in the UK. And South Africa, again, is working with our virus evolution working group. Next slide. So this is what they saw in South Africa. You see the various colors representing different strains, and suddenly in October, the yellow bars showing up as a minor strain variant became the dominant strain variant within weeks, out displacing the other viruses. Next slide. These are some of the three major mutations that have biological or phenotypic effect on the vaccine, on the virus, that are a key study area of research right now. Next slide. And this finding, the yellow bar is the one that represents this new virus, this new variant, and the other three are standard laboratory strains or recently collected strains from people. And you can see that there's a distinctly lower number on the CT score. The CT score is a way to tell by PCR the amount of virus RNA. The lower the bar, the more virus RNA there is present. So these strains seem to be able to replicate more with more vigor in respiratory tract and get to higher amounts and therefore potentially be more infectious. Next slide. So in summary, variant viruses identified in the UK and South Africa highlight the importance of gene sequencing for SARS-CoV-2 and the sharing of sequence data internationally. All viruses change and mutate, and sequencing will identify a number of mutations, and some more common than others. Many, in fact, most of the mutations have no clinical impact at all and don't matter for us, but sometimes, especially a combination of mutations, can be dangerous. In order to determine the impact on transmission of vaccines, experiments need to be done with the live virus, and those are currently being planned in the next several weeks in the UK and South Africa. WHO partners are working with international scientists, including the Virus Evolution Working Group, for all over the world to coordinate research efforts and assess the select mutations of transmission, diagnostics, and vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for that update, and thank you before that to Peter and to Bruce. We're now going to break for question and answers at this stage of the agenda. We have, as well as the colleagues here, other colleagues online. But I think first we're going to open the floor, and I think go first to the UK for comment. And we have Dr. Susan Hopkins from Public Health England, who wishes to take the floor. So, Jude, I'll hand to you to ask you to bring Dr. Hopkins in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hopkins, you have the floor, please.
I would like
to ensure that my colleague Emma Reid from the Government Policy Department of Health and Social Care is able to add. From my viewpoint, we discovered this through investigation of an unusual rising numbers of cases despite national restrictions, and we are carefully trying to understand it and share that information with you in as fully and as timely a manner as possible. We have a large collaborative network of academics and public health professionals looking at this problem, and we are monitoring it very, very carefully and have increased the restrictions to population across the country, asking individuals from the dominant area affected not to move to other areas or indeed to have to travel. I'd like to pass over to my colleague Emma Reid for comment.
Emma, you have the floor, please. Emma, you have the floor. You are unmuted. You can speak now, please.
I think, Dr. Hopkins, I think that we can certainly come back to Emma to make her intervention, but if we're not able to hear at the moment, Jude might be able to bring other comments in, and then we'll go back to Emma and ensure that the technical glitches are out. Just one last chance before we give the floor to anyone else. Emma, are you able to take the floor at this point?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Emma. Over to you.
Excellent. Apologies, Chair. So I really wanted to add to Dr. Hopkins' report to say that, as you are aware, we have identified the new variant through the testing that was done in the UK. We understand that this has a significance due to the spike mutations, and we updated WHO colleagues on this on the 14th of December. Following the further analysis that was done in the UK, we informed WHO on the 18th that the variant demonstrates a significant increase in transmissibility compared to other variants in circulation. In response to the rising cases, the UK Prime Minister announced new restrictions effective from the 20th of December. London and parts of the South East and East of England regions will move into our Tier 4, which require people to stay at home for except for a limited number of exempt reasons, and this includes international travel. People across the rest of England will be advised to stay in their local area and consider carefully whether or not they should travel abroad. The UK is continuing to undertake further analysis of the new variants, including an evaluation of clinical severity and an assessment of antigenicity. My colleague from Public Health England, Dr. Susan Hopkins, is on the line and can answer questions relating to those. I just want to add that we welcome the engagement we've had with the WHO and with international partners to date, and are strongly committed to transparency and to sharing our knowledge as it develops. We'll continue to share detailed technical information with all of you through established channels when they are available. I'll pass back to Dr. Hopkins. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Additional data on transmissibility continues to come to light. We have early emerging evidence that this is a higher secondary attack rate, that we have modelled evidence to show that the growth rate is greater than other variants in circulation, and we have additional data to suggest that the spread is not moving very rapidly across the UK, but where this is located has become the dominant variant in circulation. We have no evidence to suggest it's of higher clinical severity, and we have done an initial case control study, but we'll continue to monitor this with more data over the coming days and weeks. The studies on antigenicity are being performed in 2 of our laboratories in Public Health England and 1 in Imperial College London, and those studies will report, we expect, in the next couple of weeks, and as soon as we have early data, we will share. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Hopkins and Ms. Reid. And I think you'll be staying on the line for this section of the Q&A, which I think will be helpful. And back to you, Julie. I believe we're able to bring colleagues from South Africa in next, and then go through the thanks.
Thank you, Chair. In South Africa, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jude. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. On our part, we'd like to thank WHO for the report that has been given today on the variant and situation in the UK and in South Africa. What I will do is just make very brief remarks. I didn't have sufficient time to invite my colleagues from Pretoria to give a broad overview on the epidemiological profile, but I think that what we have been presented with this morning on the variant in South Africa, I think is sufficiently informative for our purposes. I would just like to add that we are grateful to WHO for the support and the collaboration. We have large numbers of teams in South Africa and who are working on both in terms of the laboratory and other aspects of the work, working on and to better understanding the variant and the epidemiological profile and public health implications from the NICD. The NICD is working with the NICD based in Johannesburg is working with labs in Grooteskier, UCT, in Tygerberg, Stellenbosch, with the Bloemfontein and Durban, and working also with Caprisa led by Professor Salim Abdul Karim. And in terms of better understanding this variant, would also like to mention that in response to the rising number of cases and spikes, as we've heard, from the sort of public health point of view, where the Minister of Health and experts have held nationwide information briefings where questions were asked and could be asked by journalists and so on, just in order to ensure that there isn't panic and the public understands the basic public health messaging, and that is that we need to continue wearing masks, sanitizing, and that those basic health, those basic health principles are not changed by the situation, and that we shouldn't panic, but certainly be a lot more cautious. I think that some of the public health interventions, of course, have to be followed a lot more stringently in this time. At the moment, I guess I would just add by saying that the scientists are working on better understanding the situation, and I think we're making great progress, especially working together with the virus evolution working group and others. And just on our part, just to say thank you to WHO, and you are obviously in touch with the experts in Pretoria and Johannesburg and elsewhere in South Africa. And so we will continue to share information as it matters and continue to collaborate to ensure that we can together do everything that can be done to ensure that there isn't any further risk of infection, spreading infection when unnecessary. On that, I'd just like to add and hand back to you, Jude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. I do not have any further requests for the floor, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a reminder, there'll be a further opportunity if any member states wish to take the floor after our next two presentations as well. So now I turn to the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, UPR. And first to speak, I think this will be Camilla It's Dr. Joanne Major, Assistant Director General Emergency Preparedness. He'll be passing in to Samira as an AGKP Data, Analytics and Impact. Joanne, over to you.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you very much. Slide, please. Excellencies, Director General, colleagues, it's my pleasure with Dr. Samira Asma to update you on the Universal Health and Preparedness Review, and we consider this session is our first session for information, and we hope to have many others to keep you updated on while moving on this very important area. Next one, please. This is a new key initiative that Dr. Tedros announced last assembly in November, and before that he mentioned this last year as well as a key initiative that made WHO working for and with member states at the time of unprecedented and challenges caused by the COVID. During the announcement last November, already Dr. Tedros put tone on the key principle of the review. First, the title is Universal Health and Preparedness Review, and of course the purpose is to build mutual trust and accountability for health by bringing the nation together with the whole of government approach to strengthen not only national capacity for preparedness, but also areas in overhead coverage and relative population, the 2 other billions who contribute directly or indirectly to preparedness and also to recovery. Not yet. Of course, we want to take this opportunity to brief you on the current states of play and present key elements of the proposal and request your guidance for further generation and this initiative in view of launching the pilot phase with a group of voluntary countries next year, and this is we hope to be done in the first 6 months. Of course, this is the first update and as I said, on the ongoing process, and your engagement and your participation in the process will be critical, and we encourage all of you to join the discussion, engage, and reach this initiative as much as possible to build it together as a new chapter of WHO engagement for and with member states. And this is your initiative. This is done by countries, and we will try our best to make it a successful initiative. Next one, please. As you recall, after the 2014 Ebola outbreak in Western Africa, several initiatives were adopted by WHO and by the governing body to make our way of assessing country capacities and country preparedness more accurately. And the HR monitoring and the evaluation framework aimed to bring together several tools that can better assess the country capacities. The state parties self-assessment annual report under the HR was improved and give us now a clear picture about the level of preparedness at the country level. Also, we came up with the voluntary joint external evaluation, which aimed to bring the WHO expert with the national expert to jointly assess the capacity. And we also came up with 2 major initiatives who aim to look to the functionality of these capacities with the simulation exercise, as well as the after-action reviews to take lesson from any outbreak and to prepare for the next one better. This year, due to the COVID, we came up with a new initiative, which is the interaction review, which aimed to evaluate response during the outbreak and try to bring lessons to correct our response to the pandemic. So far, 113 GEE was conducted, and 68 national plans after the GEE were developed and published. But unfortunately, next slide, When you look to the level of preparedness, and this is the snapshot from our country platform, we see that with all this effort, with all the work that has been done in assessing and developing national plan of action, the country preparedness is still, the implementation of the national plans are still behind. Not only for the IHR related area, which is in yellow, like risk communication, like biosafety and biosecurity, point of entry, but also in area under health system and USU are critical for country preparedness. And we saw during the pandemic that, like this pandemic, that area like case management, like access to essential health services, areas like infection prevention and control are critical to the measure prepared. This is why this initiative is about not only IHR core capacities, but also capacities under the 2 billion USC and billion 3 healthier population who contribute to the preparedness. Next one, please. Of course, the idea, as you remember, was initially proposed by Central African Republic and Benin, acting as co-chair of the African group last year. And since then, Cameroon, Germany, and France have expressed their interest to work with the Secretariat in setting up the pilot phase. And we are hoping to get more countries volunteering, representing other regions, to get a comprehensive idea about how the tool will work in different cities. The idea is to establish a mechanism whereby countries agree to regular and transparent process for peer review, but not only peer review, peer support as well. We are aiming to have a platform where countries share data, share their situation, but also aim to get support from other countries to implement their preparedness capacities. The initiative is inspired by the universal peer review of the human right, but is not a copy and paste of this initiative. This initiative aims to bring to this constitute platform, as I said, where countries can come together to support each other. This is a platform of solidarity and platform of cooperation. This was followed by after the announcement, we had internal consultation at WHO level with all technical departments, but also with the regions, and to get their input and to improve the methodology and the concept itself. We also discussing with the IHR Review Committee, who under its TUR is looking to this area of work, and the IHR Review Committee will come up with recommendation to the Director General at the end of the deliberation about how they see the rollout of the peer review after the voluntary phase. Of course, conversation were guided by one important observation, that the current pandemic is calling for nothing more than transformation of the global health governance architecture based on shared vision, mutual accountability, and solidarity. I will stop here. Again, looking forward for other mission briefing video to update you, and I will give the floor to my colleague, Dr. Asma, to present the process and next step of the initiative. Asma, please.
Thank you, Joad, Excellencies and colleagues. I will focus on the scope, proposed process, and the way forward. As Dr. Tedros mentioned, the UHPR will seek to establish a member states-led voluntary peer-to-peer mechanism to promote greater global action by bringing nations and stakeholders together. It will be built on mutual trust among countries, on existing platforms to respond to country needs and priorities. And it will also promote increased sharing of information with incentives for cooperation and make sure adequate resources are invested and we mobilize the efforts where the needs are greatest. It's a fair question to ask about the scope of UHPR. The UHPR will have a principal focus, as Jawad already mentioned, on emergency preparedness. It will also look at the universal health coverage as well as full recovery and building back better. The process will seek to advance efforts in view of achieving SDGs and the GPW 13 triple billion targets as our overarching mutually agreed commitments. It will be guided by lessons learned from the COVID pandemic, findings and recommendations of existing reviews and evaluation mechanisms that are well and underway, and most importantly, to formulate concrete actions and follow-up measures around it. The added value is important to consider, and we all recognize that the pandemic has highlighted the need for a more global solidarity, for global platforms to accelerate support for countries, and for enhanced mutual accountability in the preparedness of pandemics. And for any country to be prepared, all countries must be prepared. This will be critical for meeting the SDGs and other global commitments. In this regard, the UHPR will aim to forge an even more effective engagement of stakeholders to promote mutual trust and global cooperation. Robust and transparent mutual accountability mechanisms shall incentivize countries to regularly report on progress and promote a more sustained exchange of best practices. In particular, the process should make sure funding and technical support will be linked to UHPR's recommendations to incentivize collaboration. And lastly, the UHPR will explore ways to bundle and mobilize high-level advocacy efforts more effectively to make sure recommendations will be followed up. This is the time to create mechanisms to make sure preparedness and our global commitments remain high on the political agenda. And most importantly, it will build on existing mechanisms. And this is an important point, to build on the existing mechanisms and also strengthen multilateralisms. We want to be very cognizant that the process should not create any additional reporting burden on member states. And this exercise, we hope, will further bolster cooperation and strengthen multilateral action on global health at several levels, between countries through the UHPR mechanism that is being proposed, between UN agencies, for example, through the SDG Global Action Plan, and between issues through the new creation of the WHO's Economic Council. Looking forward, the next steps that we are foreseeing is that we plan an intensive and inclusive outreach to member states starting in early 2021. WHO headquarters will launch preparations in collaboration with all three levels in view of establishing a mechanism of the Secretariat's functions. And in parallel, we will also launch the pilot engagement with a group of voluntary countries over the course of the next year. A progress report is due to be presented to the 75th World Health Assembly in 2020. Excellencies, the current proposal is the result of an inclusive consultative process with stakeholders at headquarters and regions to make sure the WHO family works hand in hand on this. We see the UHPR as a key element in Dr. Tedros' promise to make WHO work better for and with member states. Proactive participation by all countries will be a key to shape and drive the process even further. And we invite all member states to be engaged as actively as possible. And we look forward to hearing your input and guidance on this initiative. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much to colleagues Dr. Major, Dr. Asma for that presentation.
Just before I hand back to our moderator to bring in any member states who might have questions on this or other subjects that we've covered during the briefing, I just want to thank Dr. Susan Hopkins, who has been busy answering questions in the chat on the Zoom platform. Thank you to Dr. Hopkins for that. And I believe Dr. Hopkins has made reference to a report that the UK is planning to publish shortly. And once that is published, we can circulate a link. A number of member states have asked if we can circulate a link to that report once it's published, at the same time perhaps as we circulate information in the usual way from this information session. So thank you for that. And Jude, back to you if we to bring in any questions or comments.
Thank you very much, Chair. I recognize Egypt. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
With the information and of course the WHO for briefing. My question and remark about the the latest update about the COVAX facility. I have noticed in the presentation that out of the 2 billion doses that is will be available within the COVAX now, 1.3 is this was an information saying that 1.3 out of these 2 billion will be dedicated for the AMC 92 countries. My remark here is that, or my question here, is there a pool of vaccines dedicated for the AMC countries and another pool of vaccines for non-AMC countries, the self-financed countries, or it's going to be one pool for everybody? And if yes, the answer was yes, can I know the criteria and the reasons behind this? And this because according to my understanding that those doses for the vaccines that we have contacted with, some of them are 2 doses, and the others, like Johnson & Johnson one, is only single dose vaccine, which means that if the 1.3 is 2 doses, they are actually enough for 0.7 or less people, while the 500 of the Johnson & Johnson is enough for 500 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Egypt. May I invite Peru? You have the floor, please. Yes, I can. Please proceed. Thank you.
WHO Secretariat for organizing this very useful and interesting briefing session from member states. A couple of questions. The first one to Dr. Elward regarding the COVAX facility update. It has been indicated that 2 billion doses of promising vaccine candidate has been secured through agreements, and those 2 billion doses will be available for the 190 participants of the COVAX facility, both self-financing countries as well as the AMC eligible countries. And my question is somehow related to the question by our Egyptian colleague regarding the 1.3 billion doses that will be available for the COVAX AMC eligible doses. That figure of 1.3 refers to the 2 billion doses currently secure, or that 1.3 billion doses for AMC countries refers to a bigger target figure regarding vaccines to be distributed through COVAX facility. Then a second question to Dr. Mayur. Dr. Mayur, you briefly touched upon this in your presentation, but I will appreciate if you can further elaborate how the Universal Health and Preparedness Review that is being proposed relates to the work that is currently being conducted by the IHR Review Committee, which is, as you mentioned, also considering the option of a universal peer review to be used to help improve the IHR implementation. And lastly, and apologies for taking so long, to Dr. Asma, one question, do you intend to send a circular letter to all member states regarding the Universal Health and Preparedness Review Initiative expressions of interest from member states to participate in the pilot. And then second, if you have incorporated a criteria of a balanced regional representation among those countries that will be part of the pilot in order to guarantee better results. Thank you very much, and once again, apologies for taking so long.
Thank you very much. Peru? Chair, you have no further requests for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Judith. Just perhaps while others might think about any further questions, I think Bruce Elwood will turn first to you for comment on both Egypt and Peru's question, and to Joab and Samira. Please.
Thank you very much, Jane, and thank you for the question. So to be clear, there are 2 billion doses that have been secured through the COVAX facility, and 1.3 billion of those currently would be targeted toward the AMC countries. Because of the self-financing countries, the current options that have been requested would require about 700 million doses. So right now, the main message is there are sufficient doses to cover both the options or confirmed doses requested by the self-financing participants, as well as 20% of the population in the AMC countries. You'll remember that the way the COVAX facility is structured, some self-financing countries may request less than 20% or option even higher than that. So that is the main message. It's a single pool of vaccines that the facility manages, and then it has putting in place an allocation mechanism to ensure the equitable allocation of those products across either self-financing or AMC countries through an allocation mechanism that, as you heard, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, Dr. Small has committed to give a briefing, an update briefing on to member states first thing in the new year. So we'll try and line that up very early on so everyone can appreciate how the doses would then go through the allocation process for the specific products. The point that our delegate from Egypt asked is an important one, in that the J&J doses may be a single dose. So we're still working out, based on the number of doses available, as you can see, exactly what population could be reached, because we should be able to vaccinate slightly above 2 billion. And again, the distribution of the vaccines will depend on a combination of the preferences as well as what countries have opted in or out for, then utilizing the equitable allocation mechanism to decide, to help guide which products go where. And there'll be a more detailed briefing on the specifics of that in the beginning of January. Thank you.
Thank you, Joab.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pedro, for this very, very important question. What we are launching now in consultation with countries, and especially with the countries who are volunteering to conduct the process, is to discuss the voluntary phase of the approach. And we are updating the HRV committee regularly every week, literally, on our thinking and sharing with them information. The HRV committee are looking to this to come up with a recommendation to the Director General for how to establish formal process of peer review, and this will be presented to the next assembly as a package of recommendation coming from the HR committee, which will contribute to establish the final step or the rollout phase of the process. But what we are launching now in the voluntary phase with some countries who are volunteering to the process. There is no contradiction. Both systems are going parallel, and the recommendation of the HR committee will be extremely important to guide our action in the next step. Samira?
Thank you very much for the question. As we presented to you that we are in an early stage of the process and developing a draft proposal to be shared with member states, we definitely would like a member states' expression of interest and would like representation from all the regions. And I would have Dr. Tedros follow up with regard to the next steps in writing a letter to the capitals. Dr. Tedros, if you could please highlight on that. Thank you.
I think Dr. Tedros is going to pick up with closing remarks, so we'll give him the floor to pick up on all the issues we've covered today. Jim, back to you, if we've got any further questions from our staff.
It does not appear to be the case at the moment, but if there is, I'll get back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think if there are no further questions, and with thanks again to those who've been corresponding and supplying answers to questions in the chat, just confirming we don't have any further requests for the floor, and therefore, Dr. Tedros, I can turn to you to make some closing remarks.
Thank you, Jane. I will start with the vaccines. As you know, there is, as we have announced, there is now a deal about 2 billion, and it can expand actually up to 3 billion doses. But the deals we have through the COVAX facility will not start to roll out until February, I think. Bruce, you can correct me on that. And these are the deals based on the COVAX facility and the procurement. So there will be a gap between now and February. And as you also know, some countries have already started vaccinating. And not starting vaccination in January, especially in low and middle income countries, will not be right. So that's why we're working, as Bruce said, we have already spoken to as many countries as possible and also to the European Union. If donations could be arranged from those countries who have early deliveries of vaccines. And the response so far is positive. So there is a positive signal, and we hope to have a certain amount of the vaccine that's available in donation so we can start rolling out vaccines in January. That will be very, very crucial, and I hope you will help us on that, because it's very important that we start vaccination in all countries, in countries that are ready, at least in January, be it in low or middle-income countries and high-income countries. Then the other issue I'd like to raise is the virus origin. The request I just got from some member states is to have this briefing on a regular basis, and we will continue to brief you on the progress. But as Peter said, we're almost finalizing the preparations to have the team of international experts on the ground in January. Our plan is, of course, logistics permitting in early January, and if the international experts could be ready by then. So we will keep you updated on that. Then on the new variant, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the United Kingdom and South Africa for doing their surveillance. It's like a detective informing us and also continuing to work on it. And while appreciating both countries for their cooperation and so on, I would also like to remind other countries to strengthen their surveillance, like South Africa and the United Kingdom, to follow if there is any change in variants or new variants. On UHPR, I would again start by thanking Ambassador Samba, actually, of Central African Republic, and also the then chair of the Africa Group last year, of Benin, who came the message from the Africa Group proposing the UHPR. similar to the Human Rights Council, but this has its own, has been presented, its own principles, its own guidelines, and this is a peer review mechanism that can nurture and encourage cooperation among countries and also support each other. So we're starting it as a pilot and then learning from it. And then once the piloting is completed, based on the lessons learned, together with you, we will develop the details of the instruments. And then that could be institutionalized. So we're not institutionalizing it now. It's a piloting phase to see how this could be added as a peer review mechanism, especially to strengthen preparedness. The preparedness will be centered, but of course it will be also bigger, the universal health coverage goal will be that, but the center will be the epidemic preparedness and response. So anyone who would like to join is welcome, but based on your request, we can also send letters, briefing capitals on what has been done so far and the next steps for the next steps. The last, as you know, this is the last member state briefing session for this year, and as you know, we have been doing it weekly, except I think we skipped one or two during the assembly, but it has been a weekly program, and we wanted to really be to your liking or preference, and your input and guidance will be important to improve the way we do it. So if you have, we will continue the briefing on weekly basis also in New Year, next year. So anything you would like us to improve, please send us, because this session is for you and it has to be shaped based on your interest. From our side, the weekly session, we found it to be very important, and I know from the feedback we have from you also, you want it to continue, but at the same time, please send us any advice, any comments, any feedback you have to improve this weekly briefing. So with that, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, and look forward to having our first session next year, which will be in a few days actually, and look forward also to receiving your feedback and comments to improve the system. And final, I would like to thank Jane Ellison, who has been leading this, and all her colleagues, consistent actually, and for supporting you and also having these sessions on regular basis and interact with you. So thank you, Jane, and through you to all colleagues in your division, and I believe the cooperation from member states will continue with your division to make even the 2020 and the next year's sessions more productive and based on our member states' needs and feedback. And of course, with your division also, I would like, the briefings, most of our departments, divisions have participated, but the emergency was at the center, as you know, and that's why also we started the weekly. And I would like to thank Mike, Ryan, and his team. I call him Ryan, for their hard work and all the commitment you have seen in that team. So thank you so much, Mike, and I'd like to appreciate the rest of our staff also, all the departments who have been
much, Dr. Tedros, for those very fitting words to conclude this last session of the year. And actually, thank you to the 80 countries who shared their experience with us throughout the course of these sessions earlier in the year. And we do welcome that feedback, as Dr. Tedros said, in order that we can shape the 2021 sessions and make them as useful to you, our member states, as possible. So with appreciation, Dr. Tedros, for your comments. On behalf of all of us, I bring this session to a close and wish those who are celebrating the season a very happy Christmas, and to everyone else who might be getting a break, I hope that they have happy holidays, and we will see all of you in the new year. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.